Howdy. Welcome to Practical Principles. This is Practical Prince. We're doing Talkin' Tarot, so feel free to drop your questions in. I'll be shuffling decks. As far as streaming stuff, next week, next Wednesday and Friday, we won't be streaming. I'm on vacation, so I'll be doing that. Doing well. Looking at changing times, but for now, 2 p.m. MST, apart from my vacation off Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So if you've got suggestions for times, let me know. And yeah, how have you been? There we go. Okay. And you've got time. We have plenty. And until then, we can chit-chat. Or if someone else has a question, we can answer that too. And if you want help framing the question, I sometimes do that anyways if it seems off. So I can also help on that. But sometimes you need words to start with. Yeah. The type of answer might differ. Yeah. Go ahead and frame your question. I was just trying to think of how that might, what kind of answer I might get. Right. Yeah. But if you've got a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know if I would necessarily get deck number 3. I might get the impression that it's whatever speaks to you most, or I don't know how it would communicate artistic. I don't know if it would somehow emphasize an aspect. So, but go ahead, frame your question, and then we'll go from there. And that's fair. Sometimes it's hard to pick one. So, yeah. We're probably going to be using this deck, I guess. Hey, Luis. How's it going? You're good. Yes, I'm doing well. Yep. Oh. Better keep that guy twisted. Yeah, so far, just chatting today. The day itself has been pretty good. I've been prepping for job interviews, so we'll see how that goes. She's just, it's going to take her a couple minutes to figure out how to word her question. So she was saying somebody else could go first. She just wants to reserve a spot near the front of the line. So if you have a question, by all means, we can do a reading. Otherwise, people are just chilling. I think we're good on this one. Right. Is that a serious question, I guess? Because yeah, just thinking about that. Sorry, I gotta organize thoughts. Because I mean, it might. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I want to say Aindar Mong, something like that. Let me answer Luis's first. Time tends to be hard to get with tarot, at least for me. I know some people are better. But yeah, we'll try to do that. Speaking to Luis's question, I mean, it could be eternally. I mean, if you believe in eternity, I guess, and life after. Because I mean, at least, for example, in the Christian tradition, the devil and God have a huge falling out, and I'm pretty sure they're just annoying each other in some sense for eternity. God's probably handling it better, but yeah. I doubt that. So yeah, I'm having trouble even just thinking of what deck I would use to answer that question. And yeah. Yeah, because it's not necessarily a constant thing, and you do have some control over it. But a huge factor of that is just other people or entities, if you want to get into spirits and angels and whatnot. But and you have little to no control over them. So yeah, so it did a poor job, huh? Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes my wife will wake up early, no problem. And then sometimes she needs 3 alarms or more. Aindar, are you changing your question? And Luis, let me know if we still need to do a reading. I'm just not even sure that there's something to go around there. Hey, Shivani. Thanks. Hey, Presh. Aindar, your question is next at this point. Shivani, Presh, if you've got questions for readings, go ahead and drop them in. We'll just do our best to do them in order. Aindar, you had 2. Yeah, go ahead, Shivani. There was the timeline for new phone, and then there's the what I need to know right now. I guess, are we answering both? I mean, I have a preference for the what I need to know question, because that's of more lasting importance in my opinion, but we can answer both or the other one, I guess. Okay. I'll go ahead and highlight this one for now, just as it's the one I want to address. Sorry, just figuring out which deck to use. I guess, do you have a preference, black or green? It's oversimplifying how I view them, but I'm not sure there is a preference in this case as far as answering your question. Okay, I think I'll go with the Cosma deck, Cosmovisions. This one tends to be more external guidance, whereas the other one is more inward. So, and really, you could be getting instruction or advice to go either way, so focus on either. What I need to know right now. Okay. And it just takes me a bit to pick cards because I'm sensing which ones are involved in the spread. And then I also need to figure out where they go, so it can take a little bit. That's how it works for me. Okay, looks like we got two things. Let me go ahead and share. Oh. That's not coming through, is it? Let me refresh my camera. Because it's kind of important if you want to see your cards. I mean, I could show them to that one. But I don't think you're going to have very good lighting or visibility in that case. Okay. And we need the other side. That's still coming through blank, isn't it? That is problematic. Let me turn that off. We'll leave and come back. See if there's any difference there, but I might just end up holding things up to the camera or to the laptop camera. Because in this case, we might not have it. Oh, that's better. Okay. Much better. Okay, so there were two cards. Sorry about that delay. We got 7 of Embers and 2 of Lotuses. And these are things you need to know. So 7 of Embers, I'll have to double check that one. This would normally be 7 of Wands in a traditional tarot. And then this would be 2 of Cups. So as far as the 2 of Cups goes, that will usually be dealing with relationship, emotions. So, but let me get into that. We'll start with the 7. Self-preservation, defensive, maintaining control. The self-preservation of the Book of the Phoenix is a uniquely surreal thing. It refers to the picture, so I don't know if it was clear. Let me know if you want to see it again. But it was depicting a phoenix coming out, and then 7 spurts of flame surrounding it. It has existed long before time, and through its defenses will likely persevere unscathed through many challenging times to come. If this card shows itself in a reading, it is time to use your wits to protect and defend yourself. You may be surrounded by conflicting opinions and external forces trying to bring you down, but remember that you have all the resources you need to persevere. So, sort of, I think I don't know that there's a better way to put it. Be smart, um, and be aware. Um, Double check um, that basic precautions are in place. But yeah, so like, I mean, financially, an emergency fund, um, relationships, if you've got something important in that respect, um, I would probably just do a heartbeat check to make sure things are okay there. And otherwise, just to be aware, so that you're able to react before anything terrible happens. So, on to the Two of Lotuses. Unity, partnership, connection. This is a card about connections and partnerships with another person. It speaks of true unity and the indescribable feeling of connecting with another soul. When you pull this energetic card in a reading, it is a strong sign of the deep connection with another. Take it as an affirmation that sometimes you don't have to do it alone. Good company and a trusting relationship can also make you feel secure. Revel in the beauty of connection. So, not necessarily a romantic spin, bear in mind. This could be someone that a brother from another mother is one phrase that people would use. Just a kindred spirit in all regards. If you have such a person, combined with the Seven of Embers, I would just keep in touch with them, touch base. If you don't, I would be expecting such a person to make an appearance in your life. Whether or not you'll recognize them, I'm not sure. Because some similarities, well, a lot of similarities, lie beneath the surface. So I guess be on the lookout for that. And I'm leaning towards that, unless you've already identified who this person is. But yeah, and I would build up that connection, especially given the Seven of Embers. So that's the advice for you right now. Presh didn't ask a question, if I remember right. Just said hi. Shivani asked hers. Luis is good. Lavina hasn't come back. Indar had another one, though. Oh, you're still here. Do you also want to read on the new phone, or does that not matter at this point? Okay. It's definitely one of the other decks. Okay. Let me know when you have that question ready. I'm leaning towards my insight deck, so Prisma Visions. This would be a brother deck to the other one, sister deck, however you want to refer to it. And let me highlight the other question. Sorry about that. Somebody dropped something. Okay. So yeah, timeline is hard for me. But we'll flip and we'll see what we get. So the Hierophant and 8 of Wands. The Hierophant is usually dealing with tradition, conformity, religion, practices that had a purpose at some point. And presumably could still if you understood them. Let me check the 8 of Wands. I feel like that one's part of a race, but the exact meaning isn't coming to mind right now. So forward movement, finish line, final push. You may be tired, but there's no stopping now. Nearing the finish line is no time to slow down. Your situation demands one final burst of energy to propel you into victory. Show hustle, don't hesitate. You're nearly there. So, yeah, that's interesting. Paired with the Hierophant. Yeah, tradition, spirituality, education. The Hierophant is like a constellation. Sorry. Just figuring out how they combine to get your answer. But clinging too tightly to tradition can stave off the immutable law of nature's changeability. When you receive this card, examine whether the energy of the Hierophant is guiding you or merely thwarting you. I mean, the 8 of Wands is pretty clearly saying that in the near future, you'll be able to get one. I mean, I don't know what the race it's referring to would be in your situation. But it sounds like you're almost there. I'm trying to figure out the point of the Hierophant. I mean, off the cuff, I'm inclined to say that it's more tradition, conformity, something like that, that's causing you to get the phone. Oh. Oh. I think basically what it boils down to is at a certain point, it's just going to be practical. I mean, like when I most recently got my phone, I got an iPhone. Why? Well, everybody else in my family had it at that point. So, as far as being on the same page, same technology with them, that just made sense at that point. So, yeah, near future, for whatever reason, you'll probably have different reasons from me. um, it'll just make sense that you get a new phone. So, how near the near future is that the Eight of Wands would speak to? So, as far as like a timeline, I mean, yeah, initially my impression was months. Um, on the far side, it would seem like a year. That's stretching it pretty far. I mean, it's probably a timeline of months. So, yeah, that's what we got as far as the a new phone. Probably in a few months, give or take, because there's some wiggle room, and it's probably going to be for a practical reason. So, no problem. Um, let's go ahead and do Shivani at this point. What does he feel for me? Um, I mean, we could use this deck. Yeah. Okay. I mean, for relationship stuff, I would normally use the Destiny deck, but really we're trying to get insight into this person. So, okay. Um, yeah. I mean, we'll probably do that next, Luis. I haven't seen Lavina come back yet, so. Um, so I think Shivani's the last question before yours. There isn't a limit. Um, just at a certain point, I'll need to give other people time. So depending on how much time you want to spend, it could just be waiting around and getting answers in between other people's readings. So, oh, good, excellent. Hey, Alexa Chapello. Yes, and I don't know. Is this going to be the question from Monday? Because I did end up reading for that and sending that over Facebook. I found your account there. I don't know how to message on YouTube. So if it's different, of course, go ahead and drop that. Or we can just rehash it. We can look that up and pull that out and look at it. But back to Shivani. Okay. And that's fine. Yeah. Sorry, I was about to flip. And let me. It is a tempered career. Okay. So it's not exactly feelings per se, but this is a read on Vidit. So this primary card will represent him. This secondary card, this is a tempered pair. This secondary card has a moderating influence on this first one. And presumably this is going to either roundabout answer the feelings question. The Chariot, so a lot of movement and judgment. So two major arcana. Yeah, I don't get the Chariot too often. There's usually fast movement going on, but there's more to that than that. As far as judgment and how that would temper this, I'm thinking too much of the Justice card, which has a rebalancing, but a choice needs to be made usually, whether or not to proceed and go through the door. Yeah, it'll be something to that effect. The Chariot, of course, is the more important thing we want to figure out. So let me go ahead and set this down. That's too far. There we go. Willpower, self-assured, confidence moving forward. Being completely self-assured is a rare and glorious moment. If through careful preparation, self-discipline, and steady determination you find yourself a victor, you have every right to be proud of your accomplishments. Direct this energy into further efforts. Have total confidence in your abilities. You've clearly demonstrated to yourself and to the world what you can achieve. Forge on, refusing to let any obstacle stand in your way. Okay. And then let me get the tempering judgment, although I think that's probably the answer I really needed. Decisions, transitions, endings. The swirling mist beckons you in. Of course, crossing the threshold into the unknown will be daunting. The end of a journey can always be sad, but it is time to make matter-of-fact decisions and decide if where you are now is worth stagnating in the face of resplendent rejuvenation. So, I guess there's some hesitation behind the vroom and the power of the Chariot, of the car being depicted. But this person, apart from that hesitation, has a strong drive and is pretty focused. So yeah, if you're going to have to help me here, Shivani, have they already moved on to something else? That's sort of the impression I'm getting, that they're focused elsewhere. So, I mean, feelings that he may or may not have are probably on the back shelf, taking a back seat. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, it doesn't indicate a lack or bad feelings. It doesn't indicate positive feelings either. It indicates that they're very focused. Are you guys actively in a relationship? Because if so, the judgment could be his hesitation about pressing forward. So but otherwise, once he hits the gas, um, I mean, he would be all in on the relationship. If you, so, friends since 9 years. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I mean, the Chariot, he's a good person all around. There's a lot of forward momentum for him. Um, I don't know that this is a relationship I would chase, though. The impression I'm getting is he's focused. And if he's not already focused on you, then that's going somewhere else. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But as far as a prospect for you and dating or something, um, now is probably just not the time. So, um, yeah, if he has feelings, uh, they would be on the sideline at this point. Possibly an afterthought. Well, if he's still hesitating, it's probably more sidelines. Okay, no problem. Um, okay, so we have a few people at this point. Lavina hopped back in, so she'll get back to the front of the line. But Alexia Capello had a question Monday that I just didn't have time to get to. I did do the read for this, so I won't have to pick the cards. I already know what they are. Just let me pull up the message again. Do, do, do. And in fact, let me go ahead and share this. So we'll do Alex Capello now, Lavina next, Luis, and then I keep forgetting how I'm saying it. Einder. But Einder would be the fourth person. So let me bring this up and let me quickly switch which tab I'm sharing. Okay. So, and gosh, where did that go? So yeah, the big thing here was the Four of Cups, the restless and boredom. This isn't necessarily somebody that's sticking around, and I go through it more in our message. The Two of Pentacles is suggesting they'll be back, but with the Four of Cups, I don't see them sticking around, and especially where they've probably already gone once at least. That I'm getting the feel that they're basically a flight risk. So would he come back? Yes. Should you let them back in? Probably not. As far as the loves me, I don't see something deep and abiding from his end. So, Alexa Capello, any questions or follow up we want to do on this? And right now I'm just going to read up on Lavina's question. I didn't necessarily get a sense of time, so I'm not sure when he'll pop back in. I mean, if anything, there was a bit of an erratic sense from the Four of Cups with that restlessness. So I'm not sure time-wise when he would come back. But again, the caution and the impression I'm getting is that he's not necessarily someone to stick around. So I would be hesitant to let them back in. I wouldn't give them a key again. Not without good evidence. So, okay. And yeah, there's the Facebook messages. So you can read that because I kind of summed up here. And then, of course, you can follow up there as well. This one is so long, I don't think Restream is showing it all. But basically listing a number of decks and then... Okay. Okay. I don't know that that really adds anything to the reading. It might explain why he's a bit restless, in a sense, a bit jumpy, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Lavina's question, which we aren't able to see all of, a number of decks, which is best for her understanding. And sorry, I've got to hide this so that I can read it clearly. And then one stands out. Is that the best choice? The first one. Okay. You're welcome, Alexa. Okay. Yep. This looks like a cosmic question. Get this ready. Pull these out. And let's go ahead and stop showing that. Don't know what else Facebook might end up doing at some point. And we can add the other guide later. So, oh, I guess we lost the music at some point. Maybe it's because we have so many people. Don't know why that would explain it, but who knows. Anyways. And we'll need to turn the camera back on. Okay. looks like we're going to do the yes-no spread on your first choice, which in all likelihood is just going to confirm, but let me go ahead and share the guide. Hey, Lavender. Yeah, we can answer that question. There's a few people before you right now. Lavina on screen. But then Luis, Einder, and then you. So, just FYI. But yeah, we can answer that. So, I feel like this is a 3-card spread. Just know that I have in here. For some reason, though, I'm only getting 2 of the cards. So, I just want to flip these, because I wonder if we got exceptions or something, which would explain why we don't need all 3. There we go. And of course, that's not visible. Let me switch that out. Okay. So we've got the bridge. That would normally be the moon. And the wanderer. I'm going to have to double check who these are. So the moon is a no card. And, well, let me check the wanderer. I'll have to set this down. Page of Wands. So as far as connecting to this guide, that would be a yes card. So let me see if I can figure out why we only got the 2. Should have just kept that open. Unconscious illusions, intuition. It's a card about illusions. This is speaking of the bridge. We all have desires that are not necessarily resting on the surface. Sometimes we are unaware of what we want most. And then the wanderer. Free spirit narrative. When we see the wanderer in a reading, it is symbolic of a new frontier of the soul revealing itself. The spark of a new passion has taken off, and it only takes your excitement and freedom to fuel the flame. Nurture this spark and carry it with you as you tread into the future. One can never have too many hobbies and passions in life. Okay. I think I know which way you go on this, and I think I know what they mean at this point. So, no card, yes card. Third card, we don't know. And I'm pretty sure this is just you deciding. And this is speaking of your first choice. So the Chris Ann one. So the Wanderer, you might have heard me mumbling through the description, but it's speaking to passions and hobbies. And that's basically you on the yes side. The bridge, which I haven't seen so much from you, but this would normally be the moon and speaks to illusions and things not being exactly what they seem. That maybe underneath the surface, there's a different meaning or a different desire. So that would be the no. And it's really on you picking between them, whether this is something surface level, the interest in tarot and getting a deck, in which case it would be better to dig deep for the real desire underneath it all. Or if yes, this is a hobby, passion, in which case go ahead and pursue it. If we were to flesh these out, if you were to pick a no, then that's saying, well, don't get the deck, of course. If you decide yes, this would normally match to two yeses and a no, which would mean yes, but it may take some time. Which, if you need to save, or well, even just with shipping during COVID, I don't know if that's the sort of time it's referring to. But, so yeah, I think this is kind of a fill in the blank answer for you, Lavina. I would give the bridge due consideration, but given what I know about you, you're probably leaning towards the Wanderer, in which case you would fill this out with a yes. So, I mean, if you did opt no for whatever reason, you're probably, well, passing on tarot altogether. I mean, it'll be there on the side, but you wouldn't necessarily invest in decks and stuff. So, let me know if you have questions on that. Didn't go exactly how I expected, but it is what it is. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is an insight question. So let me switch to that deck real quick. And let me go ahead and highlight this. Flip it all the way. We've got our deck. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't like the music anymore. So it is what it is. Super slow. Um, I'm getting the impression. No, Einder, I haven't gotten to your most recent question. Um, Speaking to Lavina, I'm getting the impression it's on the surface level. So um, I wish I could read because I feel like we might be able to figure out the thing underneath, but um, it might just be that you need time to reflect on that and look inward yourself. Sections would also give the same answer. Um, just the way I got the impressions, I don't think the other decks really matter. Um, this supersedes that as far as whether or not to do tarot at all. Yeah, or rather, I mean, it might be something you learn about, but not necessarily invest in. You might not necessarily get a deck for it. So, um, yeah. So, um, yeah, I'd contemplate the moon. Let me go ahead and read the bridge. Um, yeah, um, but I feel like we have a superficial understanding of it. We don't know the reason why we see that on the surface. Um, so, I mean, as far as buying the deck, I mean, definitely put a hold on it. Let me read the bridge for you. Unconscious illusions, intuition. The bridge is a card about illusions. If you pull it in a reading, it can either be a warning that something around you is not what it seems, or it could be a call for you to pay attention to your unconscious self. We all have desires that are not necessarily resting on the surface. Sometimes we are unaware of what we want most in life. The bridge is only a metaphor for this. In time, you will see that it is constructed of only your own illusions. So, um, um, don't buy it. We don't need to reframe the question. At the very least, hold on it for now. Um, Reflect and see if you can figure out where that desire is coming from. Um, um, Things aren't as they seem necessarily. Doing good. Um, yeah. As far as the bridge, things aren't necessarily what they seem. That's the main thing there. And I mean, there's the warning aspect. This isn't as dire a situation. Really, it's just the reasons, the motivations. Um, we need to reflect on those and see what the underlying cause, where that's coming from. Did that help, Lavina? Because it may be once you get to the bottom of that and really understand it, you still decide to go with yes. But as far as the true reason for this stuff, that's been, buried a bit. Okay. Because, I think that yes, no, fill in the blank is still valid. We just need a better understanding before we proceed. Okay. Let's go back. Where was Luis's question? Will the house build be successful? Okay. And will we stay together after it? Sorry about that. Yeah, Destiny deck. Yeah, over there. And pull this out. And get our deck. That's okay. I need to shuffle it. Okay. Just not quite sure if this is really 2 questions or if we'll get it all together in one spread. So, and then I guess just to let the people on know, Einder has a question after this one. And then I want to say it's Lavender asked one. Lavender. And then Rachel said hi. That hasn't asked a question yet. Go ahead and drop one in if you do have one. Oh, no problem, Lavina. Sorry. Just caught up on the chat. Yeah. So Luis, Einder, Lavender. And then Rachel, or I guess Presh, if you're still on, or anyone really, if you have questions. Well, that's the lineup right now. Yeah. You're right after Luis right now. So, and we have another Luis. Nice to meet you. Doing well. um, Lavina, I mean, do the reflection and whatnot. Not Friday, but Monday, before I do my vacation. Go ahead and, if you're ready to follow up at that point, go ahead and follow up then. Okay. We've got Rachel's question. Einder, you're next after Louise. And then we have another Louise who may or may not have a question. We'll see. How's this going to come out? Jump around. Sorry, just gotta figure out what parts are speaking to what. Okay. So we got a yes-no spread. This is speaking to the house build being successful. These two are going to give details on what the relationship is like afterwards. So the follow through, so to speak. So we've got King of Pentacles, Eight of Cups, and then Queen of Swords. And I'll pop up the guide. Pentacles, King, he's a yes. Eight of Cups, that's a no. Queen of Swords, that's a yes. So yeah, the build will be successful. It'll take time. In this case, it's probably just that it'll probably go longer than schedule, which I don't think is unusual. Speaking to the relationship, though, we've got Eight of Cups and Queen of Swords. I mean, Eight of Cups, the notes there are departure and change. Queen of Swords, we've got intellectual and perfectionist. So, I mean, first blush, there's going to be some nitpicky stuff, and yeah, there's a separation afterwards. So, yeah, I mean, I'll read up on those two, but and good for the house. not so good for the relationship after that. So let me set that aside. And follow up. Let's start with the Queen. Represents the mind aspect of the Mother archetype. The energy of this card is that of a single-minded, highly ambitious, astute strategist. This card is about assessing a situation quickly to get to the truth. There is a need for attention to detail associated with this energy. Traditionally, this card is known as the Widow, which means this card represents a strong female energy that has a powerful presence. Doesn't literally mean someone's a widow, but that might actually connect in your case. This card comes up in a reading when there is a need to see the bigger picture of a situation. This card asks you to take charge and make your decisions with wisdom, intelligence, and perspective while following your sharp instincts. You will not be led astray. And then 8 of Cups is where we really get the breakdown, I think. So, reveals a time of restlessness as though something is missing. You may be going through a transition, even though things may appear harmonious to the observer. You may need to walk away from a situation or a person. It may be time to move on and leave something that no longer gives you fulfillment. This should not be a hasty decision. Only break away when you are sure there is nothing more you can contribute. Although you may feel sadness, it is the right time to let go. You will soon feel energized and move towards your soul's calling. Yeah. Yep. So, not too positive for the relationship afterwards. Not that it would be a bad relationship. It's not like there's bad blood per se. But the lasting part does not seem to be there. So the glue seems to be missing. Binder. Be free. No problem, Louise. Sorry, it's not as. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Rosy, as we might have hoped, but yeah. If I will, how and when? Apparently not this deck. So that wouldn't have been a bad choice. Yeah, Prisma Visions. Yes, Rachel, I have your question. So I guess let me go over the order. We have Binder's question. We have Lavender's question. And then we've got your question. So, and then, thanks, Louise. If Louise Coyne wants to drop her question, or anybody else really, That's currently the line right now. So, and if you need to go, like, we'll still answer it. It'll just be on the video later. So, oh, I needed that. There we go. I think you're fine, Lavender. If you want, that's okay. But I can find it either way at this point. And I don't need a shuffle. Okay. Effortlessly free. If how. Oh, if I will have. My bad. Okay. Coin. If you have a question, go ahead and drop that in. I don't think I've seen it yet. Because you came in. Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen your question. So go ahead and drop that in. But yeah, it's Einder now. And then I want to say Lavender, and then Rachel. And then it would be you. Okay, Einder. Implicitly, I'm getting the answer yes. I think this is more of the how, and not really a when, but we've got sort of a timeline. So what's happening here? There's going to be this stuff first, building into this, and then here at the end. So, I mean, it'll roughly happen in this order. As far as how fast they'll happen, not sure. So down here, we've got strength, which makes sense. 7 of Wands and Queen of Chalices. We'll read the cards just to be thorough, but I mean, you'll be having your strength. 7 of Wands, there's the precarious part to that, but there's also forward movement. And then Queen of Chalices, that's dealing with emotions and being able to direct them. So that they're directed towards a good thing. So, and then we've got 2 of Pentacles, that deals with ups and downs, and 2 of Swords, hard to fight while blinded. So, I mean, ups and downs make sense. And again, we'll read them all. Yeah, 2 of Swords suggests you need to take a step back and really assess your situation because you've probably missed a blind spot. And then afterwards, 8 of Wands, tempered by 3 of Pentacles. So this is the primary card, and this one has a moderating influence. I'll go ahead and spread them. That's the interplay between them. Yeah, I think we'll just read them in that order, because that feels like roughly how it'll pan out. There's still that tier, but the tiered levels, but that's roughly it. Empowerment, so strength. Empowerment, confidence, vitality. It's easy to slink away from a tough situation, but it takes real strength to surmount one's obstacles and press on. It is possible to be indomitable. By being resolute through difficult times and sustaining a strong, impenetrable core, you can forge on indefinitely, constantly renewing your horizons. Do not be afraid. Fear is the mind killer. You need only to believe yourself unconquerable for it to be so. Yeah, I mean, it may be a conscious choice. It may just be something that builds up over time, but you have a certain willpower, basically, that can drive you and push you past all the hardships. 7 of Wands, challenge, perseverance, staying the course. The spotlight is on you. You must be resolute in the face of adversity. Your vision is really worth something, and it is up to you to navigate the treacherous terrain that will bring it to fruition. You are nimble, skillful, and the iridescent tendrils of your idea will guide you down the correct path. Stick to the plan. If you can navigate through this challenging time, there will be no stopping you. So yeah, I mean, we just read strength. You'll definitely have that resolute willpower to carry you through. And yeah, there's a certain intelligence. I mean, I feel like you know the goal, so you'll be fine. But yeah, it's referring to that. Anyways, Queen of Chalices. intuitive, compassionate, emotionally secure. Feelings are often discounted as too amorphous and changeable, yet it is their endless malleability that gives them their fluid power. They can take out any form, still charged with the power of the mighty subconscious. They are the surging forces within our beings that make us strong. When you draw the Queen of Chalices, it is time to tune in with the feelings at bay. Trust your intuitions. Reach out to others. Find what makes them thrive and delight. Yeah, as far as this one, it's really just you understand your emotions. And I mean, that first part, sometimes they're discounted as too amorphous, um, too nebulous would be another word. But yeah, when you have emotions, Queen of Chalices says you'll understand where that emotion is coming from, what it means. Like, yeah, your understanding on that side of things will be very clear. It's not just blind rage, for example. So yeah, recap: strength, the willpower, which you're probably in the process of developing if you haven't already. Seven of Wands, the treacherous somewhat path, but you have the strength from the previous card to bear through towards your goal, which you already have insight. If you haven't formulated it yet, I'm sure you will soon. But you already have the spark of what it is. And then Queen of Chalices suggests you're, I guess, in tune. I don't mean that you are one with your feelings, but you have an understanding of your feelings. Like grade A, you know where that's coming from, what it means. If you are feeling angry, you know exactly why. It doesn't necessarily mean you're acting on that rage, though. So, Lavender would be next, then Rachel, then you. And there's a tie? If so, I missed that. On to the next tier, Two of Pentacles. Balancing work, productive priorities. Life's imbalance is its greatest strength. To the man that masters the back and forth motion, the perpetual movement propels him into a steady, productive rhythm. Keep it all together by not paying too much attention to one thing. Accept that everything has its time and its place, and it is up to you to decide when it's time to move onwards. So again, this is tier 2. It's after we've already got strength through the Queen of Chalices. But yeah, basically you're implementing that plan from the Seven of Wands. And yeah, not everything goes exactly according to plan. But that doesn't stop you. Yeah. There's the ebb and flow, and that's just natural. That's just part of life. And you are not too inflexible to deal with that. Two of Swords. Avoiding truth, approaching blindly, surfacing fears. Departing greatly from the cold clarity of the Ace, the Two of Swords is a warning against delusion and false reality. No matter how guarded you are, if you are blind to the situation at hand, you will miscalculate and blunder. Don't flinch from the truth, as it is often less dire than the many insidious realities your mind conjures up in the darkness. Do not let needless fears disturb you. Find balance. So yeah, you're executing your plan. Maybe because probably because it's new territory. Just then, it's a different lifestyle probably at that point. You're more vulnerable. But the Two of Swords is suggesting you don't need to be scared. You need to be aware, and you need to realize you need to take the hits when they come. But yeah, there's nothing. This isn't anything you wouldn't be able to overcome. So that's tier 2. That's happening after the tier 1, and then tier 3 we have 8 of Wands, which we had earlier. But again, forward movement, finish line, final push. You may be tired, but there's no stopping now. Nearing the finish line is no time to slow down. Your situation demands one final burst of energy to propel you into victory. Show hustle. Don't hesitate. You're nearly there. And then this is tempered by 3 of Pentacles. That's further back. Achievement, hard work, shared goal. After the early stages of a project, there is a surge of pleasure in realizing you've achieved some tangible level of competency. Take pride in your work. Be meticulous and patient, giving credit to the noble endeavor you've chosen to undertake. Likewise, as each brick supports its brother, this is a good time to interlock your plan with other visions. Let other people's input influence your own. This is a great time to build stability and trust. So yeah, I mean, as far as I can see the 8 of Wands, you've basically made it. I mean, it's finish line, last push. I've sort of got the impression that this is just basically any remnants in your head, really. I mean, the people are still going to exist, but I think you'll have a physical handle on that at that point. I think they're just in your head, the memories and the influence they've had. So push on there, but at that point, yeah, you've made fantastic progress. And yeah, this is suggesting that you need some people to rely on. Well, not necessarily to rely on. You'll probably rely on them in the future, but basically building up your social network. Yeah, it probably took some to tear away from the parents. So you need to flesh out your own to support you in the place that family used to have. Because that's the normal default for people. So you need to rework that. Yeah. So as far as timeline, I'm not too sure. I mean, these will give you markers. It could be something you work towards. I mean, 7 of Wands is, you're probably forming the strength. You could probably put some more effort into that if you wanted to. 7 of Wands is probably your focus, though. If you don't have a specific plan laid out, it's putting that plan together. So, but then, yeah, that's going to carry you through the rest. And that's, if anything, that's probably going to give you a better idea of timeline. So, no problem, Luis. Take care. Luis Ashton, I should say. Inder, let me know if there's a follow-up or if you have questions on that reading. But I'll go ahead and move on to Lavender's question. About how they like the experience. A bit presumptive, but we'll find out. Yeah, go ahead and drop your question in. We've got a few people in line, but yeah, we'll get to it sooner or later. So Will do. I guess, is there a reason you're apologizing, Lavender? No, we're asking for insight again. Okay, let me set that aside for now. Okay. Yeah, it's not a situation I would be in, but it's fine. I understand it, so that's the important thing. It would be awkward if you'd have to explain it to me. Of course, I don't necessarily need to know what the things are in order to get an answer, because the higher power does. So, okay. There's a few people, so speaking to Sindel, there's a few people in line, so if you need to come, go, I mean, we'll answer it. It'll just be on the video if for some reason you need to drop off and want to view it later. Yeah, none of them have a heavier feeling than the other, so these all hold about equal weight in how they're perceiving it. So we've got 7 of Wands, so we just had that, Queen of Chalices, and 3 of Swords. So interesting. Oh, I don't know if we caught all of that, but I'll go ahead and start speaking to them. 3 of Swords, it's a bit of a reality check. So, I mean, now that it's happened, they know what it's like. So there's just a reconciliation of reality and whatever their preconceptions of it were beforehand. There's Queen of Chalices, so I mean, they know how they feel about that. So you could probably speak to them if you wanted an answer. Of course, I mean, the Queen of Chalices doesn't necessarily mean they're telling the truth. But they know how they felt about it, or feel about it now even. Seven of Wands, we just had that. And they're on course. They've got the plan and they're following through on it. So, yeah. I don't see any sort of like deterrent. I don't necessarily see negative feelings. Yeah. Yeah, with the Seven of Wands, I don't see them necessarily lying or fibbing about it. So I would probably just ask them honestly, because they've got the Queen of Chalices. And given your relationship, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to suss out whether or not it's the truth or not, if for some reason they were lying. But they can give you a good answer. Part of it was just the reality of the experience versus expectations or whatever they had beforehand. But that's about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you have more questions, I know we didn't get a whole lot on that, but if you have more, I'd probably just talk with them because of the Queen of Chalices and whatnot. So, yeah. And we got our camera back. I'll show it again just so I know it's on the video. But yeah, we've gone through them at this point. So, Seven of Wands, the Queen of Chalices, and the Three of Swords. Okay. Yeah. Purna. Sorry, hopefully I'm saying that right. Yeah, we can do that. There's quite a few questions already, so it may be a while. Feel free to go and come as you want, and there will be a video later, so you can always watch it then. Lavender. Now Rachel. And there was all of that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You're welcome. Am I fighting a losing battle in my relationship? No problem. Let me shuffle a little. But yeah, this is going to be Destiny, guys. Let me switch mats for our pretty pink one. It could be a yes, no, but I don't know that we're getting a yes, no answer. Yes, okay. Uh, what else do we have? Is there any more? Okay. Um, so we got two cards. This one represents the other person, and this represents feelings. It skews toward their feelings, but I think it also speaks to just the mix of feelings in the relationship. So, um, yeah. So, Three of Wands, action and adventure there. And then Two of Swords, choices and indecision. So, I mean, the Two of Swords makes sense. Um, no one's really making any progress. And so, whether or not to continue trying or not, that makes sense. Let me get the read for the Three of Wands, though. And I've got that one digitally, so I can share that. And this is the read for the other person, so this might explain some stuff. Represents expansion arising from a passionate heart. This card is a good fortune card, which reveals that your projects and relationships will thrive. You are about to embark upon an intense period of activity where you may be inundated with messages and communications from others. This is a time of great self-expression. The Three of Wands is also a card of travel and embarking on a new venture. This card invites you to expand your horizons and open to something new and unexpected in your work, your relationships, and your projects. Individuality is highly favored. Do not be afraid to be the unique person you are. Yeah, I mean, there was the part there about your relationships will thrive, but I wasn't getting the impression that that was this relationship. Uh, so as far as this speaking to them, yeah, I would probably take a break for now. Take your foot off the pedal. Because with the Three of Wands, they might just take off on their own. Um, yeah, Rachel, really the impression I'm getting is just, or at least the advice I'm getting is just take a hands-off approach. I mean, it's not necessarily something to walk away from, but, well, here, let me go ahead and read the Two of Swords just in case there's some nuance there. But I think we already got this. It's difficult to see which way you must go. The Two of Swords represents that conflicting ideas must be resolved so that you can see the clear path ahead. There may be many choices that you are presented with at this time. You must create a quiet mental space in to seek clarity. The solution may not be obvious. However, in order to make a decision, you must rest and restore your inner peace. This can be done through meditation. Take a moment of rest before you make an important decision. Yeah. So, sorry. I would just back off for now. This was feeling skewed towards them, but in the relationship and in general. So you could both probably do with a break. Um, and then you'll be in a better place to make a decision, and they might make it for you. But either way, I would definitely start with the break. So, Luis Coin. Have we seen your question yet? You might just need to send it again. And then I guess let me recap on who else is coming. So there's Luis Coin's question. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question. If you already sent it, I'm not seeing it in the chat anymore. So, okay, thank you. But so after Luis, we have Zena. We have Sindel. We have Prerna. Lucretia said hi. If you have a question, go ahead and drop that in. In fact, maybe I should be writing this down. Let me pop a doc, because then I won't have to keep checking every single time. So, Luis Coin. And after that, we get Xena. And then Sindel. Prerna. And then Lucretia is a question mark. We've got Samantha. And that's what Bowman was. Lavender. Okay. Okay. And then, hello, Sasha. If you have a question, go ahead and drop it in. There is quite a line right now, though. So if you want, we'll answer it. It'll be on the video at some point. So whether or not you stick around to see it live or watch it later, yeah, you can pick. Okay. Right now, okay. And if I've missed someone, let me know. But that's what I'm seeing right now. Luis. Yeah, for some reason it must not have gone through. So, being truthful in the relationship. Yeah, this is one of those where I don't know if it'll be like a straight yes, no, or if it'll be like he's honest about finances, but maybe not romance or something. I just don't know. We'll find out. Definitely Destiny Jack. Right. Yeah. Sasha, you can, well, ask what's important to you, I guess. But yeah, otherwise we'll just talk about it when it's your turn. So if it's, yeah, sometimes I can't get answers, but ask the question first and then I'll figure it out. So. Is he being truthful? Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure there's more comforting things I could be saying, but I guess I don't really know um, how best to respond. Gotcha. Oh, I haven't flipped yet, so I'm still understanding. Well, I was still understanding what the cards are. So these three, they're going to be answering your question. Um, these two are their direct messages to you. You'll probably be able to figure out what they're speaking to, and they are two separate things. So um, possibly related, but um, two different points to connect. These are a pair, so these are related in how they're in whatever aspect they're speaking to. So um, we'll start up here. The Tower. So not too promising so far. And then we've got Wheel of Fortune and Six of Pentacles. So the Tower, I don't know if you're familiar with tarot. The Tower is when you've been building on a foundation, a pillar, a support that isn't solid, and it's giving way. And basically, other things built on top of it go crumbling down. So there is upheaval associated with this one. The truth coming out is one way. That would be, it can also manifest in other ways, but yeah, that's just an example. So yeah, there is some false pillar. I don't know if it's going to undermine the whole thing. Well, let me get to the other cards. Wheel of Fortune, that's dealing with, it's normally an auspicious card, a good card, but it also deals with change. But there's a time for everything, and sometimes the time comes and goes. But this is paired with Six of Pentacles. I'll want to read up on this one. The keywords there are opportunity and inheritance. So I don't know. Yeah, let me read on that, because that'll give me a more clear picture. And I'll go ahead and flip these two, but I want to finish speaking on those three first. The Empress, and Death. And again, and I'll show the camera too, but I'll get to those afterwards. So going to our guide, let's get the Pentacles. A card of charity, gifts, and generosity. This card shows you that money is coming to you and may arrive as a gift or an award. Your question isn't dealing with finances, though, so it's not explicitly that. This is a welcome sign that your financial circumstances are improving. This card also shows up when you are the benefactor, so that you can help a friend in need, or you may support a cause that is dear to your heart. Overall, the card shows up when you are in the flow of life while connecting to the spiritual principles of generosity, giving, and receiving. As you give of yourself freely, your good will come back to you. You have all you need, and the universe is supporting you abundantly. Abundantly. Um, yeah, answer is probably no. Tower is indicating as much. Wheel of Fortune, though, I mean, the fallout isn't necessarily bad. If anything, um, you're going to be well positioned um, with the change. So, bad for the relationship, good for other aspects of your life, um, potentially even the romantic aspects, but as far as how that would position you, I don't know. Um, let's go on to the Empress and Death. So, the Empress, that's the female archetype for the most part. The maternal instinct in some sense. The keywords are abundance and creativity, which is probably natural for you. But this would be like the feminine side of things, which I'm certain you don't have a problem with. Our other card is Death, which isn't as bleak as it would sound. The keywords there are transform and change. It's dealing with, well, to put it starkly, the death of the old you and the transition, the transformation into a new you. So, what fundamental things give out? I mean, like, we got the Tower, that was for the relationship. You might have a similar thing that incites the Death card, that incites that transformation. But yeah, in effect, your worldview will change. Fundamental shift a bit for you. Maybe even a lot, but it'll be a significant one, a significant change. I haven't skipped you yet, Samantha, if that's what you're asking. So, Luis, was that clear enough? I think we've spoken to everything. I'm not exactly sure what the Empress and Death are speaking to right now. I do get the sense that they're more immediate, very near future, if not present. But you've got the other half of that, so. I guess let me know if you've got questions on that. For now, I'll go ahead and move on to Xena. Okay. I wonder if Restream is having trouble keeping up. Just so you know, Marie, there's few people with questions before yours. We'll answer it. But it may take time before I get there. So if you need to drop off, come back, or if you just want to view it later on the video, all that's good. It's a clear enough question, though. I can answer it without you being here. So yeah. Does he want you to be his wife? No problem. Okay. Xena, we got 2 cards. This one represents him. But this is, I mean, you asked what he wants. In a sense, this is what he wants to be. This might also just be the outcome of what he wants. So it might be an unintended effect. Well, and then this one is what he wants the relationship to be. So for him, we've got Queen of Pentacles, and then Goddess Ella for the relationship. I'll have to double check both of these, but I want to say that's pretty positive as far as what you're asking about. So let me go ahead and set these aside. We'll start with Thomas, the Queen of Pentacles. I felt like there was more to that card than the other. Symbolizes maternal success and abundance. The Queen is generous and supportive with a strong maternal instinct that is affectionate and wise. When this card appears in a reading, it could indicate that you are entering a moment of embodied health, taking care of your body and healing it. You must stay grounded and connected to your spiritual practice. You are summoning your role as healer and finding your amazing ability to nurture others as you contribute to your own healing. This card is also one of fertility. This can mean the birth of new projects, a creative venture, children, or finances coming into your life. So, I mean, basically a very supportive partner is the sense I'm getting from that. Let's get to the Goddess of Ella. Sorry, Goddess of Ella. We'll touch this way because then it comes up. Life Path 9 is a unique life path in that it represents all of the life path numbers. In order to understand the true beauty of Life Path 9, look at what Life Paths 1 through 8 represent. Frankly, Life Paths isn't something I'm familiar with. This is something the author, this card itself was a bonus from the author of the deck. So, in this card, it is a symbol of wisdom and compassion, generosity, global awareness, and strength. When this card comes up in your reading, it will talk about the need to let go and surrender to a higher wisdom. Whatever it is in life you want to pursue, do so with great ambition. And while you are doing that, you must have an authentic regard for humanity and be of service in the most charismatic and creative way. So, given that he got the Queen of Pentacles, I don't think that's going to be an issue for him to follow through on the goddess Ella. Um, yeah. 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 There's definitely a form of partnership. Um, the need to let go and surrender to a higher wisdom. Um, the sense I'm getting is that speaking to a partnership. So I don't necessarily know to what extent. Um, but yeah, um, it's definitely not a weak partnership. I wouldn't think of this as a side girl by any means. So potentially marriage, yes. Um, could it just be something? Just could it be something deep, lasting, and very meaningful, but not necessarily in a marriage? Could be. Um, but yeah, good intentions and a lasting relationship. So, and a deeper one. That's the impression I'm getting. So, so that was Xena. We've got Sindel, a relationship reading. If Sindel's on, go ahead and um, um, I mean, I can read for this. I guess I was wondering if the relationship is current, um, or if this is like your future love life. Um, but I'll probably just have to get that inspiration while we do. Excuse me. While we do the reading. Let's see. Um, just FYI, I think there was an issue with Restream or something. So it's just you and me, Marie, if we wanted to chat. I do need to do the other readings. And I will do them in order because they'll come back for the video, presumably, to get the answer they wanted. But even though there's a lot of questions to answer, there's not necessarily a lot of people live. Just FYI. Hey, Sasha. Yeah, looks like we lost a number of people. Reading for Sindel right now. Nope, that's on his own level. And let's... What's that speaking to? I think I'm just gonna have to flip the card so I can figure out the order. Okay, we'll do that, Haley. It'll just be a little bit. And hopefully we get our camera back. It's loading slowly. Oh, I hope I'm not single-handedly overwhelming their service or anything. Well, single-handed, it'd probably be all of the viewers that they're not expecting. So, there we go. And we don't want to see my hand. We want to see the cards. That's better. Okay. And this was for Sindel. So single card, loosely tempered pair. So there's the primary card in front. It is lightly tempered, moderated by this secondary card. And then we have a pair back here. I don't have a sense of what they're speaking to, per se, as far as the relationship goes, but I need to start over here. And I think it'll reveal itself to me. So 3 of Swords, sorrow, obstacles. I view this one as the reality check. Cut to the quick, better or worse. Well, I mean, ultimately for the better. There's been a wake-up call with truth. So, yeah, hurts. That's for sure. But ultimately, it gets you, well, either better grounded or pointed in the right direction. So, yeah, let me move to the next one. I was trying to figure out if that was past or the next relationship. But yeah, I don't have quite the context yet. So here we've got strength, notes of patience and compassion, tempered lightly by 5 of Pentacles, which deals with hardship and isolation. So, I mean, very positive card to get. Strength. You have a willpower and a grace. And it seems, given the five of Pentacles, that's unfortunately come from hard times. But I mean, the truth of the matter is that's one of the best teachers, one of the most effective ones at times. Let me move on to our last pair. We've got Page of Swords, contracts, informations are the notes there, paired with the Emperor, control and security. Okay, and that's fine. It'll be on the video, Sasha, so feel free to check that out tomorrow. Let me read up on the Page of Swords and the Emperor. I think you might have bad habits, though, preventing some stuff. So let me set this down. And let me share. We'll start with the Page of Swords. Represents a new mindset being created, a sort of awakening, where you are able to look at life with a curious and open mind. This openness allows you to be creative, innovative, and open to new possibilities. It is an important time to start communicating more in your relationships. This is a time to observe carefully, pay attention to what others are saying, and take action when the right opportunity presents itself. Important news may be coming your way, and it can be a solution to a conflict. Stay dedicated to your cause, plan well, and strategize, because this card is reminding you to not lose sight of the big picture. And this is paired with the Emperor. Signifies male power and father archetype, a symbol of balance, control, leadership, power, and security. This card predicts that a certain situation can be overcome with careful planning and dedication. This card indicates a return to order. The appearance of this card in a reading indicates a positive improvement, as well as trust. You can trust in yourself to make the right decision because you hold the ultimate control of your own life. Okay, so yeah, I had the wrong read on, well, my interpretation was wrong, and I could sort of tell that, but yeah, I mean, you will be able to trust yourself. You have the strength. You've been through the hard times. You've learned, and you know better, and you know better. paired with the page. Card is reminding you to not lose sight of the big picture, but more important news may be coming your way, and it can be a solution to a conflict. Stay dedicated to your cause. Plan well and strategize, because this card is reminding you to not lose sight of the big picture. So, I mean, both the Emperor and Page of Swords, there's structures, practices, probably not so stiff as to call it a procedure, but similar to that sort of stuff, that you've created and you've put in place, and for good cause, with wisdom. And you just need to be on the lookout for that important news, because I feel like that's just going to be the end to your relationship woes, so to speak. I see that as a new person in your life, and probably most lasting ones. So, yeah. Mm. But I'm not getting the sense that it's necessarily romantic. So, yeah, interesting. Yeah. So I don't know where you're at in this journey. It seems like that there's the reality check, there's the strength. Um, Hopefully, we're already at Page of Swords and the Emperor. Um, Someone's going to enter your life. I don't get the sense that it's a romantic person. Um, so that's probably going to change how you view relationships, what you value in them. I mean, it'll probably just change how you approach relationships in general. So they won't necessarily be the one, but that's the next step. So, um, hey, Sarah. Yes, I do free readings. Um, we do have a line right now. I just did Sindel. Um, and I've got a few other people I need to add. So there was Marie Taylor. We already had Sasha. Haley Marshall. But yeah. Well, and then there's like 5 other people. That I'm just keeping track of. But yeah, I can do a reading for you. And I get that it's a long line. So if you want to drop off and come back later for the video, or just want to come and go until it's live, all good. Speaking of the line, though, that was Sindel. So we're on Perna. Let me update my list. And just as a note, Lucretia, don't know if you're still on. I never saw the question, so if you did want one, let me know. Let me see. I mean, Lucretia is probably offline at this point, so Pernas, Mantis. We've got 5 people ahead of you. most of them were on relationships, um, relationship readings. I'd say 30 to 40 minutes. I don't think most of them are online right now, so there's not going to be a whole lot of talk back and forth with them, making sure they understand. But I just don't know what kind of spread I'll end up doing for them. So that part's a little variable, but I'd say roughly half an hour to 40 minutes. Pern is the next one. Okay. Let me go find that one. Here we go. Okay. Relationship reading. Recently separated. Okay. See you then. Yeah, I'll see what I get. I guess I'm just wondering, Perna, if this would be about the ex or just the next future relationship, or maybe even just the future of your love life. Um, I don't think you're here to clarify, but we'll probably get the answer you need. So it'll sort itself out. Yeah. Oh, Perna. Excellent. Will I reconcile with my ex or someone new? Well, I've got the cards at this point. Let me figure out what they are, though. It's just two. I think they're a pair. I'm trying to figure out if they're tempered. Claudia, yes, we can do a reading. But just so you know, there's a bit of a line, so it'll be a little while. So yeah, I'll do that read. if you want to stay on, come and go, or watch the video later. All valid options. Okay. For now, I'm getting, I want to say it's moderately tempered. So we've got one card. This is the primary thing. But this is tempered. It's moderated somewhat. Definitely an influence, but not overwhelmingly so. Not overwhelming moderation, I guess I would say, of the primary card. So, death and 10 of Wands. Okay, yeah, I think I know who this is speaking to. Things are over with the ex. Usually, death is dealing with a very definite and significant change in your life. The old you dies and a new you comes out instead. I don't know how tough that relationship has been and its loss, but I mean, this would suggest that it's over and a new you is going to come out of it. Let me read on the 10 of Wands. Usually you're carrying a burden that you no longer need to carry. So let me set this down so I can read that. But yeah, almost certainly this would be the X. And we can share this. That one. Why is that being silly? Find the 9 and scroll down. There we go. Reveals the completion of a personal journey or a creative cycle. As you near the finish line, you may feel the burden of the work you have put in. You may have been overly committed with responsibilities or lost sight of the reason you are doing the work. This card reveals that you may need to look for support. The situation will not change until you let go and release the burdens. Have faith that with balance in your life, you can work hard and bring your dreams to life. Sometimes the 10 of Wands also comes up when you or the person you are reading for has too much going on and they are not receptive to the messages coming through. Don't think it's that last part. Yeah, the impression I'm getting is you're going to need to let go of your ex, which isn't necessarily just try to forget. There are lessons to be learned, so make sure you learn those, but then yeah, set that aside because that's done and over. There is the may need to look for support. That might apply to you. So it might be good to have a friend or two around to help you. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a relationship you're done with and learning from. You might still need to really focus to figure out what the lessons are. But that's going to change how you could do things going forward. So yeah, let me know if you've got questions on that. Okay, let me update my list. Just want to make sure we get everybody. Haley Marshall. I need to add Sarah Domi. Her question hasn't dropped in yet. Okay, glad I could help. Claudia, I think I already said, yes, I remember that picture. So I spoke to you just to give you the heads up on time. Then Aindar. All right, making progress slowly but surely. Lucretia, I still haven't seen your question. If you're still on, I'm going to proceed with others. Drop that in, and I'll just come back to it once I'm between people again. For now, we'll go over to Samantha Govender. Samantha. Okay. Any message for me, please? Okay. Yeah, we'll use the Cosmo deck for that one. Oh, did we lose Arcane? No, it's still there. Okay. Switch decks and set up. Great. That's good. Okay. Message from me. Governor Samantha. Yeah, okay, so okay, we can see it. Um, Samantha, I didn't get any cards. Really, I'm just showing this just in case you skip to the cards, because it does take me a while sometimes. Um, but yeah, we didn't get a message. I don't know if there was a specific thing you were asking about. Um, if so, um, I'm not aware of it. Um, it's possible um, that you don't need particular advice or guidance right now. Um, if you were hoping to hear from somebody, it could be that they're just busy on the other side doing other things at the moment. Um, and I mean, if you were looking just for communication from the divine or a higher power, it could be that they'd just rather do that directly with you. Um, so, I mean, any one or number of those things, possibly, I mean, I can only imagine so many things, but there's probably other reasons I can't think of right now why they wouldn't have a message. Yeah, if you've got something more specific, yeah. But I didn't get anything generic or general for you. Glad we caught you live. Sure. Um, is it um, is it a current relationship or like, I guess, is there a specific someone, or is this future relationship what to be on the lookout for? Brienne, yeah, I can do a general. Just so you know, there's a bit of a line. So um, if you need to go, or if you want to go and come back, that's fine. Regardless, I'll do it at some point. So future relationship, okay. Um, I have you on the line, so no problem. Anything else, or are we good? Okay. Um, okay. Okay. Hey, Sarah. Um, Definitely going to be a bit more time. Um, let's see. Yeah. Still got a good number of people. I think you're a little early, but yeah, we've still got your spot. So, what is this? I want to say roughly 5. 4, and I'm currently on one. So 3.5. I don't know how you would measure that, but that'll be clear. Okay. And that's further out. Okay. Let me shift. No, Einder, there's a few more who hopped on after Sarah. So if Sarah is number 5, that would make you number 8. Yeah. And I'm on 1 for now. So you're in there. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit. Okay. Samantha. And we're now having the opposite where I don't see it on the camera, but it's definitely going through. Anyways, and that's future, and that's a ways off. So some space out. This is going to be the next thing, and we'll find out what that is. This one, I mean, it's kind of derailed from the path. I'm pretty sure you still end up here. But yeah, this relationship is going to take you a different direction than you anticipate. And, well, different from what you probably want in the end, too. I'm not sure you'll recognize that up front, but we'll see. And these are tempered pairs. So there's the primary card on top and the moderating card, the tempering card behind it. So, first one. Nah, I'll do them in order. Sometimes people just hang out quiet, so it's what I do. 7, courage. Oh, sorry. Four of Wands, freedom and creativity, tempered by Seven of Wands, courage and challenges. We've seen this one in the other deck a couple times with the man running across the water on the little stick sticking out. So there's the plan, stick to the plan, but not everything goes according to plan. And that's okay. Things will work themselves out. The Four of Wands, definitely a free-spirited. I mean, we've got creativity here, but yeah, I mean, you would view them as a creative person, but free-spirited. They probably have some extroverted tendencies. Bless you. Oh, good. Yeah, so a very friendly person, very open. And yeah, I mean, the path can be a bit precarious. That's where the challenges come from. But they're happy to brave it. And there will be missteps now and then, but they'll keep plugging along. So that's the next person. I don't think it's going to last, though, because we've got a lot of space. The next person gets the Magician, tempered by the Star. So, one sec. So the Magician, they have the resources and the ability to manifest, to pave their way forward. So they'll be able to, well, get where they want to go. And then the Star over here, tempering that. This is sort of, I'm getting sort of a Peter Pan feel just in the second star to the right on towards, like, they've got their guiding point. And so they've charted their course and they're heading that way. But apparently it's not the way you want to go, ultimately. So yeah, I don't think you would recognize this person as taking you the wrong direction. And it's not necessarily a bad direction. It's just not the direction you need or want to go in the end. At the end, we've got Page of Swords, and the notes here are contracts and information, but this comes with good news. Someone does arrive. And yeah, it resolves the relationship issue, probably in the fact that they become your spouse or whatever your significant other status would be. So yeah, nice encounters, good people. Not who you end up with, but good people. So not too much to worry about there. Not sure about this middle. I don't know if that means there's going to be some emptiness there, some loneliness possibly. But I mean, in the end, it's going to get resolved. So you'll just need to be open to that. So let me go ahead and close that. And let me know if you have questions on that. I'm forgetting at this point that not everybody is live right now. When we just had so many people. So Samantha, Sasha is back. Ding. And Marie had her question. How many before her? Just Sasha, actually. And then it's your turn. So let me find Sasha's question. Okay. Claudia, there are 4 people before you. So, I mean, if you want to pop out for a bit, by all means. And of course, I'll answer it regardless. Sasha. I guess I'm not seeing a specific question, so maybe it just didn't go through on the chat like it did for Luis Coin. So if you had something specific, let me know. Or was it just a general reading, perhaps? Actually, let me shuffle. Okay. That's the impression I got based off of the comments, but wanted to make sure that that's what was intended. So, for general, probably not Destiny deck. Probably Kazuma. I like the Art of the Lost Forest, but that has its time and place. So. No problem. I'm glad you were on to clarify. Would have worked out in this case, but it's nice to have that confirmation. Let's see. Thanks, Samantha. Okay, let me go ahead and do the camera, but we didn't get cards. I'm not getting. Well, so basically, I think the higher power or divine would rather speak to you personally, privately, however you view that. entity or thing. But yeah, they'd rather have a personal connection and a personal talk. Because yeah, there's just nothing appropriate for this forum. So yeah, if you believe in a God, pray, or a higher power, I guess meditate. I don't know all the other practices for communing, but whatever way you do it, I would do that. Hey Rosalie, yeah, we happen to have a long line today, so it'll be a while. Go ahead and drop your question in. And I'll add you to the list. It's just, yeah, I understand people can't be on for an hour waiting for a question. So if you need to drop out, it'll be on the video later. So, okay. And you're on the list. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to highlight that this was Sasha's that we were answering. So yeah, I'll just mark that again. In front of you, I mean, you might be the. Oh no, we're making progress on the list, I guess. You are the 7th person on my list at this point, so it'll be a bit. So I don't have a message for you. And I think the higher power, divine, whatever that is in your belief system is, I think they want to talk, but they're not willing to do it through me, at least not at this time. So if you believe in prayer or however you commune with the higher power, the divine, the universe, however you view it, whether that's going and being in nature, meditating, prayer, like I've said. I don't know if you've got rituals or practices that you've maybe been neglecting, but they're not interested in a public talk. They would rather speak with you privately. So. Yeah, it's not necessarily urgent, but it would be good to chat. So, yeah. Was that clear enough, Sasha? I mean, I know we didn't get cards, but I guess I just want to make sure that you're good before I move on. So. Hey, Sarah. I'm going to go ahead and continue with Marie Taylor. We're probably pondering that answer. So let me know if and when you're ready to, or even need to. Who's the. Excellent. I'm going to meet someone soon. I guess who's the scammer? I mean, I'm able to block them somewhat. But I guess, yeah, that's kind of specific to my streaming thing. So. Oh, you're on Facebook. Okay, because I've blocked them on my chat. That would make sense if it still shows up on Facebook. Flag it, I guess. Maybe drop the name and I can try following up. I don't know if I would have any more powers as the one hosting it. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check. Yeah. Maybe I'll need to. Because a good chunk of you are on Facebook, so that must be annoying seeing those messages. I'll just have to follow up on that afterwards. So, but Marie, I'm going to meet someone soon. I am single. Guess it's going to be simple this time. Okay. Thanks. I'll see if I can do something for the others since it's my stream, but I don't know what Facebook lets me do. We just got one card, so this should give us, well, yeah, Page of Pentacles. I mean, so I'll zoom in a bit because we've only got the one, but the keywords, and I don't know if you can see them, are visionary and good news. So this is one of the more auspicious cards in the deck. Yeah, it's not a major arcana, but yeah, I would chalk this up as a pretty solid yes. So, and I don't think there's really much more to say on that. So, yeah, if I had details, like if they gave me insight into who it was, I'd let you know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just a simplified yes, no, and it gave you a yes. So. Let's see. It's getting dark at my place, isn't it? Oh well. Haley Marshall. Down. Anything for me, please, on love. Thank you. Okay. So we'll keep Destiny deck. Hey, Rosalie. Okay. Very little. You also got a single card. Yeah, and I think we'll have to flip before I can tell, because I'm not sure this is a person. The sun, success, security. I mean, the sun, one of the main things there is joy. I want to say there's some abundance too. But yeah, it's the overcoming the rising sun. The rising sun overcoming. And with all that warmth and radiance, there's a life again. So let me read up on that just to be sure. But I think that's all we've really got. And then I'll adapt it more. But is a powerfully uplifting card which represents happiness, joy, and optimism. When the sun comes up in a reading, it is a positive sign that you are moving in the right direction. The sun brings success and achievement with it, as it is one of the most positive cards in the deck. The sun shows you that every aspect in your life will improve. This is a good time to nurture creative endeavors with your home life, your partnerships, and your work. The universe has blessed you with all that you need. So, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a flood, but there's just a general positivity on that front, on the love front that you're asking about. So, um, yeah. So I don't know your current situation, but I mean, it would seem positive for relationships improving, uh, maturing, and coming to fruition. So, yeah, very positive as far as love goes. Let me set that aside. And then, Sarah, I don't know that you've dropped your question in yet. So, go ahead and do that because it's now your turn. Okay. It's not the Destiny deck. Oh, let me highlight it. Um, no, Rosalie. Right now, I think you're at the end of my list. So we've got Sarah now, and then there's three more people, and then you. So right now, you're number 5. So if you want to duck out, come back, or just watch the video later, that's understandable. I think you've already asked your question, right? I have it in the chat somewhere. Yeah, on the travel. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever suits you as far as when you get that, but we will answer it. So, uh, okay. And yeah, we've had some really brief readings, but previous readings are not a guarantee of more short readings. So, for better or worse. I'm kind of getting the impression that my higher power would rather people stop using me and just go to them. But so we got one card. Yeah. The Fighter. And I'll read up. This deck uses different names compared to a traditional tarot deck. I want to say this is the Page or Knight of Swords. I'll check. I think there's a concern with exhausting oneself with this card. But yeah, otherwise, being able to fight is a good thing. So let me set this down so I can read up on that. We need the Fighter. Yeah, so this is would normally be the Knight of Swords. Impulsive, vengeful, quick to act are the keywords. Head in the clouds, the fighter is impulsive and quick to act. They take no direction from others and live for one reason: to overcome adversity. If you see the fighter in a reading, ask if every battle is worth the brawl, or if passivity can lend a more helpful hand. If others have found you to be impulsive in your actions, this can easily be perceived as vengeful behavior. No one wants to be known as the one who is constantly picking fights for the sake of taking action. So, yeah, I mean, really the suggestion is to just be more choosy, yeah, with with what's worth fighting over. And it's not necessarily a literal fight. It can be verbal or, and it's probably verbal in our modern day and age, but yeah. So I don't know if there's much more advice to give. Yeah, and I don't know that there's a compelling reason I could give. Probably the best thing is to just try letting things be. And I'm guessing after a while you'll see what the difference is. I'm sure it's not something that comes naturally, but yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's probably just across the board. Well, I mean, some people take on a really professional demeanor when they're at work, so um, it might not be as much there. But the you that you think of as you, it's probably manifesting in all aspects across those lines. Um, so yeah, I don't know if there's a way for you to scale back consciously, or to be more choosy. I mean, sometimes it just comes naturally. That's part of the issue with the fighter. So, yeah. Yeah. Was that, I don't know, is there more to say on that, Sarah? I think that's the insight. as far as maybe as a way to, yeah, because yeah, that might be a good outlet to burn off some energy, um, so that you're more conservative when it comes to other fights. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Yeah. Um, no problem. We've got Claudia Morales. Um, okay. This about sums it up. It's a new prospect relationship wise, and just wants a reading on it. Yeah. Okay. Um, the cards. Can't read those. And someone I just. Okay. Okay. There we go. So this card represents Mike. This card represents, I mean, it's you, but it's more like the version of you with Mike. It's probably the better way of putting it. So I think that's just going to be, that combination there is going to give us the insight we need. So for Mike, we've got the Tower. So upheaval going on in there. And then for you, we got Queen of Pentacles. Wisdom and Eternal. So like, this is the mother that everybody wants. He got, well, the Tower. Stuff's falling apart. Built on bad foundations. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, his struggle will almost certainly call to your maternal side for help and support. But yeah, I don't think this is someone you want to get too involved with. Especially given your nature, there's doesn't look great. If you're just coming back, he got the Tower, you got Queen of Pentacles. This representing him, this representing you in relation to him. So very motherly, very caring and supportive. And that's how you're presenting to him. But he got the Tower, which has a lot of upheaval associated with it. And I was just saying, you can watch it again, but bad foundations is the issue there. So I would be cautious, extra cautious with this one, because I think in his struggle, he would gladly reach out for help, and I think you would gladly offer it. And I'm just worried that you would go down with him under that Tower. So I know you want to lend a helping hand and whatnot, but I would probably wait for at least the Tower phase, the upheaval to pass, and then reconsider at that point. Because I think this mess would be too messy for you to get close and involved with, and not come out scarred. So, yeah. I would keep a light touch with that one. That's basically what that comes down to. And who knows, maybe long term, he becomes a better person after the Tower. But that's farther in the future. Too far removed from the here and now that we're really asking about. So. We just did Claudia. It's actually your turn, Aindar. And then there's two more people after you. And I think we'll call that good because that'll be 4 hours of streaming at that point. Well, and then some. So let me go find your question because it was there. Boom, boom, boom. No, it would be after the. Right. So, why do I adore him so much, and will we ever meet in person? Two for the price of one. Why? As long as we will meet in person. No, this is more of a Destiny deck. I guess we need to reconnect the camera. That's better. Yeah. Okay, I think this is. We'll break it into two because this seems to be the why. With one card, and it may answer. Goddess Joya. So this is a card unique to this deck. We'll read up on it, but it probably is going to explain what in them calls out to you. Joya. And that's we're sharing, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. This card symbolizes the Master Manifester or the Master Builder. When you receive this card in a reading, the message is clear that in whatever you are working on, you must be an inspirational presence. This card is very powerful in a reading because it talks about your impact in whatever you are seeking. This card shows up to remind you that you have an enhanced ability to apply your spiritual understanding to your life. You are a visionary. You will have the ability to make it happen, to turn the dreams into a reality, and to build whatever structures are necessary to create the success you are striving for. So, I mean, the ability to manifest and build, there's the capable part of it. Part of it is the seeming dream, turning dreams into reality. So there's something of an awe-inspiring effect there. And then the third part was, what else was that? Yeah, the visionary. I mean, it's how to say it. The alignment um, of who they are and where they're going um, is on point, as some people would say. Um, so, I mean, all of that adds up into the inspirational presence, um, which clearly inspires you. Um, and now, as far as the meet in person, nope, that gets shuffled in too. Will we ever meet in person? Let's see. So this is a yes-no sort of question, and there's a yes-no spread that goes with this guide. Okay. Let me go ahead and show that real fast. I don't know how well you can see it, but this is what we'll be referencing as we flip the cards, which we have. Oh, I should make that bigger. Okay. Oh. Okay, 6 of Wands, the World, and the High Priestess. I want to say that's a yes, but let me check. 6 is a yes. The World, it's a yes. High Priestess, also yes. Yeah. So this would fall in the 3 yes cards. Certainly a yes. So looking fantastic on that front. So say hi for me, I guess, when you meet them. I'll go ahead and set that aside. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. Okay, 2 more people. Brienne Wells, general for me. Okay. It's probably not this deck. think you're my first Lost Forest reading for today. I don't need to shuffle, apparently. Don't know if my higher power is just being courteous to me, but these have been relatively short, which I wouldn't say is the norm for me. So we got one card, the Sun. And we read this earlier from another deck, but joy, optimism, even abundance to a certain extent. Let me get the notes from this particular guide, because the choice of deck does matter in my opinion, but yeah, optimism, vitality, joy, abundance. Those are the keywords. So, I mean, life is good for you. Wish we could say it's true for everyone. But yeah, good things and good things coming. So, and now, last but not least, Rosalie. Let me find your question. I stay in New Mexico or go to Utah? I happen to live in Utah, so this is kind of fun. What deck are we using for this? That was fine, apparently. Oh, I guess we just want a different mat. I think we're going to use that same deck, though, apparently. And I'd rather have the Cosmoside. Okay. Lost Forest. Okay. Who knows? I might just get the impression. again, we only got one card. Page of Oceans. This one's usually dealing with creativity, opportunities. So let me set this down so that I can open the guide again. I'll probably have a stronger interpretation. Page of Oceans. Ever curious and playful, there is always something new to explore for an adventurous seal. Creative opportunities, curiosity, possibility. I would check what resonates for you, but I'm leaning towards the New Mexico not New Mexico, Utah, because that would be the move, right? Going, yeah. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the answer is Utah. But yeah, check for yourself. It should resonate if it's right. So, and that's it. Thank you all so much. I might have to consider adding a time limit for these in the future because this was a lot for today. It's been good. But yeah, it's a lot. So, 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's true for Friday and Monday. Next Wednesday and Friday, I'm on vacation, so no streaming. And we might be adjusting the schedule. We'll almost certainly do a time limit from now on. But yeah, I want to say that's all the big stuff. So thanks for joining, and until next time.